Sad to say the flavor of that did not carry over very well. Okay, I'm mega thirsty. I think I'm going to have to put a third Mountain Dew in here. This is meant to be for sipping. And I have more than sipped. And I might as well put this Mountain Dew in while it's still cold. So here we go. I dropped it a few minutes ago. I was expecting a little more. Oh, I should have waited till the stream actually started. Oh well. Oh well. We popped the top, my friends. Mr. Mountain Dew has come to save us. And save us it has. Now, we got background music. That's good. We got the coin shot. Which means something entirely different. Actually, that's the sound it should make. When they do the anime adaptation of Mistborn, because they should not do a live action adaptation of Mistborn, that should be the sound of the coin shot. Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. Yeah, it should sound like that. I wonder if there's a way for me to give Rogue Amoeba feedback on there. The voice transcriptions are pretty terrible. Doing a test of a few minutes. Let's see, the new beta voice transcriptions are pretty terrible. Doing a test of a few minutes of audio was very exciting. But doing a test, but the transcription of a 6-hour stream was amazingly weird. Japanese, cooking instructions, the same phrase repeated 100 times in a row. I'm gonna go ahead and send them a message, send them one of their transcriptions. If I can figure out where my interesting. Oh, it's doing live transcription right now too. Okay, I'm going to compress that and send it away. All right. Oh, my 5 minutes is up. What was I thinking? Okay. All right. Time to get started here. Hey, everybody. How's it going? So we're going to do some PowerShell stuff. But first, I wanted you to see this. And I hopefully I'm going to finish up with the PowerShell stuff. I have to. I really need to. Otherwise, I have to finish it or I have to abandon it today. So one of the two things. Abandon it and save it for who knows when. Who knows when I'm going to get on a kick like this again with going through all these Webi issues. But yeah, so this is very interesting stuff here. Actually, let me close out that one. I'm going to open up a different one. Okay, well, we won't go to screenshots. Instead, we'll go to downloads. Let's go to OBS, and let's take a look there. There we go. Oh, and there's only one timestamp. That was the worst thing. Oh, hey, look, it's actually doing a good job at that. That's so strange. Look at all that. Oh, I'm gonna tell him one more thing. Hold on. Help is on the way. Beta voice transcriptions only have one timestamp. It would be great if the timestamps occurred every 15 seconds to 1 minute or so, like with other transcription software. It would also be great to have it in have the option to output it in common subtitle formats. Though it's yeah, whatever. Okay. So, oh gosh, I'm getting started slow today. It's 2:32. I'm getting started. So forgive me for, I don't know, everything. Also, I maybe want to do more Primogen reaction videos, but maybe I don't. I'm not sure. He does some interesting things. Like some of the stuff, I don't know. It's just a weird mix. I guess it's true with everybody. It's probably true with everybody. It's an interesting mix because, so for example, he was just doing a quick performance test and he thought that using an array method would be faster, that filled up an array would be faster than a for loop. Which I was a little bit surprised for the largest set of data that he was doing that was the case, because it was just filling it out. But yeah, those methods are not. For loops are faster. If it comes to performance, for loops are almost always faster. The thing that doesn't require a bunch of functional nonsense is going to be faster. Now, there are cases where the functional nonsense can be just as fast because it gets compiled away, like in Rust. But functional nonsense, generally speaking, not going to be faster. Just so we're all clear, so we're all, you know, in the same place. All right, webinstall.dev. Seems like these two should be flippy-floppied. All right, I do have to get kind of an idea of what it is we're doing today and where we're going with it. I just kind of hopped on and got started, but I don't have a clear plan yet, and it's been many hours. When I woke up this morning, I had some thoughts in my head, but now they're dead. They're gone. Okay, I think one of the things I wanted to do, I think we still want to get logged into the Windows computer. All right, so SSH authorized PowerShell edition, that's good. There's something that I want to tack on to this, or to something. The best place to do it may actually be somewhere else. But in doing that, I found a bug. So let me go ahead and get here. Let's switch over to that. I think this might be the right place. Yeah. Okay, this should have one or two. Okay, add Windows notes. Got it. So if we look at SSH authorize, and this is something that I thought that I had known about before, but I found myself doing it. So you can't call a PowerShell script directly, and in the sort order for what's going to execute, if you have two files of the same name that are both, one's a .ps1, one's a .bat, another's a .cmd. I don't know which one takes priority, but I know that sometimes it's PowerShell. I don't know if it's always PowerShell, but I know it's sometimes PowerShell. And it may depend whether or not you're in PowerShell. Maybe that when you're in PowerShell file takes priority. When you're in command, the bat file takes priority. I don't know. But what we needed to do is to not, when we copy the file locally, it needs to be, it needs to have an underscore prefix, or it needs to have some sort of designator, so that when you type the command, the bat file comes up that's going to run it. And so this is what the bat file looks like. The bat file is going to just call PowerShell with execution policy bypass, and then give it the thing, and then give it all the arguments. Oh, that's weird. This has a %1 on it. I could have sworn that I had that as a %. I have to take a look at that. Hold on. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at %. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, argument list %. So I had that where? What, the letter L? What was I just looking at then? Oh no, it was that one. What's up, Lynn? Can I call you Lynn? I'm doing all right. What are you up to? Okay, so let's try this again. And the goal here is that it should pass all the arguments, not just the first argument. Whoops. We'll try it with something else. We're going to try it with SSH pub key, because I got to do this one anyway. Actually, let me... Essentially, I need to find anywhere that I'm invoking PowerShell this way. So this should work. I should just search for this, and I imagine we are going to find bunches of things. Yeah, and they're probably all going to be wrong. So let's see what we come up with here. First of all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 of those. They're probably all wrong. And then let me see how many were there. Whoops. If I didn't limit it, how many do we get? Whoops. Do we have any extras? It looks like we have one extra that's a README. All right, so I need to go through these, and I want to go through these, and I just want to fix them all right now. So while I've got it on my mind, I'll fix it. Lynn's good. Coding a project of my own. I enjoy your streams as a background. Great. And I don't think I've seen you before. I certainly don't recognize your avatar there. So welcome. What kind of project are you working on? Okay. Oh. All right, so this one's a little difficult. Oh, this one, yeah, that doesn't matter as much. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that one then. Let's go to the next one. I think my IP is going to be a good one to look at here. Machine learning for physics. Currently writing a PyTorch module that does transformations I want. Tell me more about PyTorch. I know nothing about machine learning. It's a young kid's game. You know what I'm saying? Us old folks, we don't know about the machine learnings. In Mother Russia, machine learn you. I guess that's what we're kind of hoping for either way. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that looks about right. I would like to swap out the right download for anything that's doing downloading. Probably not going to do that today. That's a number of things. We'll leave that to the auto generation. For me, it's just a library with convenient auto differentiation. Whatever that means. You can also do fast vectorized calculations on GPUs. You're just making up words, man. That stuff's not real. No, I'm kidding. I know I've heard those terms before, but I have no idea what that means. But I guess, yeah. Machine learning for a physics project. What does the machine learn about physics? Like, is it for a game? Is it for a simulation? For whatchamadoodles? Is it trying to build rules to match given scenarios? You give it input data and you say, okay, here, this was where the ball started and this is where the ball ended up. Write a model that describes the behavior of the ball. Is it that sort of thing? GPG pub key. Oh, this one may have... There might be a little more to this one. But it probably will be fine. Go with package and command, maybe? So then if we take all of this and we stick it in, and then I would just, in most cases, give it the same thing twice. But in this case, I would not. That was weird. Did I hit that twice? I think I hit it twice. Yes, I did. Okay, that's what happened here. I hit paste twice. Alright, let's just hit it once this time. Okay, so GPG pub key is going to be one command, and GPG pub key ID is going to be another command. And so I think what we would do in this scenario then is do GPG pub key, and then do GPG pub key ID. And then we would also do without the ID. And that is going to do basically the minimum amount that we have to do here. Okay. Let me catch up on your comments there. Thanks for answering my question. Auto-differentiation is the ability to find derivatives of a function with respect to its input. And yeah, pretty much it learns behavior of systems given cost function and observations. It's for pure science stuff, not gaming. Okay. What am I coding now? Right now, I'm just fixing some bugs in how different PowerShell utilities were installed. So they would have worked for some people and maybe not worked for other people, or worked one time and not worked another time, because they did not, the way they installed the path was not guaranteed to be correct, or the way that what was chosen from the path to run is not guaranteed to be correct. So in this update, it is guaranteed to be correct. All right, so I think if I were to look at these two things, my guess is that they are identical. All right, let's see if I can notice. This is something I do often, by the way. I just visually diff. All right, so the difference between these two appears to be the use of either my command or my subcommand. Other than that, they are identical, which is what I expected. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get rid of all of this then, because none of that is necessary anymore. This fixes that. And then what about this one here? So this one should probably use the write download function. Although I do want to know, did I have anything echo out what was being done here? Because that's something I do want to be better about, is echoing out downloading this to that. So I think that's something that we should do. Write post 2, 3, 4 downloading from, and then we should be able to do 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe, and then pass in URL, and then afterwards we can do a saved as, and then do the path. That's about right. Okay. And then we should probably do created alias bat path to run PWSH. That would be probably the most appropriate thing to do here. And I could probably move these to the template script. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, write download, write script. So write download, and then we should just be able to give I'm going to give this some sort of temporary path. Let's see, how should we do this? So where would I want this to go locally? Uh-oh. Audio hijack crashed. And this is interesting. Two things crashed. I'm going to go check my memory pressure. Memory pressure is not. Okay. So two things crashed simultaneously. That seems unlikely. Let me go get audio hijack. Disable audio transcription. This again. Interesting. It says it's transcribing. There we go. I turned that one off. Okay, and then so we're going to do home.local temp and then gpg install.ps1. And then we're going to do PowerShell was it execution policy bypass. Okay, install URL, install PS1. We'll write the download file out. And then we'll execute PowerShell. And then another thing that we're going to need to do, well, maybe not. It should do the path add and the path update. Okay, an error action should be silently continue. I'm pretty sure that's the case on this. Okay, let me bring this over because this is the right way to do it. Hmm. Okay, I think this is good. I think this actually even improves upon what I had just done with SSH authorize. So I'm going to go ahead and ooh. Did this do the fix for old installs? No, it did not. Okay, so that needs to be brought back again. So let me go bring that back again. Hold on. And a quick reminder, if you like what you like, you give more of what you like, so consider like, sub, follow if you want to let the one who guide you. It's probably a little too much excitement in that for only having had 2.5 Mountain Dews. And only being 30 minutes into my day. But sometimes you gotta make up the breakdown. Oh, and I already found another bug. Okay. Packages, barely even cumin. I wonder if there would be a good way for me to pull this out, though. I mean, I guess I could just pull it out. Or maybe I could do like this. I mean, that makes me feel a little bit better. But I kind of want to bring... I would be okay with this, maybe. Let's see. We can't do hold path. Okay. I see where my dilemma is. Can I solve it? So the thing is, the bat path, I don't want to hard code home into these. This one, the file has to be written out. I have to write it out as user profile because it's bat. So I could do this instead. But I feel like this is more error prone. Dang it. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go back. So what I wanted to do was I want to hide as little away as possible, right? So if you see write script, you know, and then you just see these parameters. This doesn't mean anything. So, okay, but here's what we could do. We could do package, and we could do command name. And then we could bring this in, and we could say params, and then we could say, I think it's something like this, string package, and then I think a string we do it like that. That feels a little better. Or where have I used param? Oh, do I use it in SSH authorize? Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. Oh, that's a really weird way to do this. Wow, it's interesting to look at this as time has gone on and see what's happened. Okay, I think my problem is that what I actually want is in another PR. So I think it's in the PowerShell Essentials PR is where the file that I'm looking for, where I learned how to do this is. Okay, param string file path. Which that should just be path, but meh. Param, open paren, the thing, close paren. Oh. All right, we really just as a group of humans on planet Earth, we really need to get past trailing commas. That just either we use spaces or always trailing commas. The idea that the last item in a list doesn't have a trailing comma is absurd. And we don't need to go fix the whole universe of everything, but we need to fix our tools, right? So it's okay if we don't fix Postgres itself, although I think that would be probably not that hard to do. But we certainly need to fix our tools that handle SQL, you know? Like at the tooling level, when I run my linter or my prettier or whatever on my SQL files, the SQL files, if they should be able to handle trailing commas and missing semicolons, all that stuff, because it generates a parse error anyway. You know, so that's one thing that JavaScript got both right and wrong. The automatic semicolon insertion should exist. It just shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist at the language level, necessarily. Probably not. Especially if it's ambiguous, like it is in the case of JavaScript, it's ambiguous. So it definitely shouldn't be at the language level. But it should be it should be at the tooling level. But this is not a problem that we need to have. We got to let that one go. Let it go. All right, so I think that my download is actually pretty good. All right, fine, install the update. Gosh, this is something that's also confusing. I've rebooted my computer twice. Why didn't it install the update then? Okay, I think I've got this right now. The thing that I don't have is probably the... error action preference. Need to look up PowerShell error action. Okay, so let's get back to SSH authorize the installer here. This is looking really good now. Oh, we don't need the pop D anymore. I'm glad I took a look at this. Means we don't need the /r/n anymore. Set content's going to add a new line anyway. Is there any other way that we could shorten this up? Okay. I think that's good enough. Let's move back to the GPG mabob. And let's take this function with us. In fact, I'm going to take the download function again too, just in case. I don't think anything changed in the download function. Doesn't look like it. Alright, now I feel better about this. Because now this feels a little more descriptive. Or a lot more descriptive. Okay. And we don't, as part of our vars for PowerShell, we don't have a git just to... Alright, I hope you can read this. Whoa! No! Go back! Ah! I hit a hotkey that I regret. Okay, let's not say... We don't have a download? Okay. Do we have a fetch? Alright. Git. What is the commandlet for downloading stuff? PowerShell commandlet download. Invoke web request. That just seems kind of weird. Invoke download? Invoke URL download? Huh? URI out file. Invoke download script. Install Webi hosted script. How about that? And then we could probably cut that down to just name rather than script name. Or just script. Let's just cut it down to script. I'll leave it script name. I like that a lot better. So now we have an invoke download URL, an install Webi hosted script, and that has parameters that make it much more clear. Because this is why I want to get the naming right on this, because I would like to just move this whole bit into the template script, right? So we could just move that whole thing into Webi install package PS1. Right there alongside Webi add path. How in the world did I ever get this PowerShell stuff to work before? I was just copying and pasting blindly, and it's a miracle that it worked. Wow. Now that I actually understand what's going on, you know, with all this write host, write output, it's just, it's a miracle that somehow it worked. Anyway, so if I do that, that gives us invoke download URL. And install Webi hosted script. And certainly invoke download URL could be moved to the template. I don't think there's any downside to that. And the Webi hosted script one, you know, that one's a little more niche. So maybe we could leave that one out. And be okay. Param install Webi hosted script. Okay, I think that'll work. And then we can use invoke download URL comfortably over here. I wonder if there's a reason that we don't invoke Webi to do this install. Because it seems like we should. Because in the other places where we have the git command, Okay. And I think we updated the install template already to do path manipulation. Right here. Environment set variable, and then we had something that had like a scope user. So I need to figure out, how do I update that in other places? Environment. Environment. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that we've already been doing this. System environment variable target user. System environment set environment variable. Okay, let's go check that real quick. Okay. So why in some places do I have the string, and in other places I have an object? What's the point of that? Is that just because it's like type checking, kind of like an enum? System.environment set environment variable. So I want to look up this function. I want to learn more about it. learnmicrosoft.com. Let's go there. All right, let's see where. Must use the methods of the system environment class. Okay, so I don't want to learn about environment variables. I want to learn specifically this method. So I don't want the broad overview. I want the hardcore. Give it to me now. Give it to me hard. Where? Okay, so let's try one more thing. Let's look for environment variable target. Zero results. It's not in any of the PowerShell documentation, which probably tells me that that's an older way of doing it. All right, it is an enum. All right, so for simplicity, I would prefer to just do the string user. That makes this a lot easier to read. And really, all right, so this makes me think that this should be active for the whole environment. If not exists in path. Okay. Set environment variable. Set environment variable. So we're in the .NET documentation now. So PowerShell can call out okay, I need to leave that one alone. For now. I think... I'm not sure what I think. String. Environment variable target. And environment variable target is... Okay. That almost seems like that shouldn't work. But if we look back at the other documentation for PowerShell, which that's where we were before, was looking at PowerShell. In PowerShell, set environment variable. Machine or user. Okay, so I'm going to go with, because we're in PowerShell, it's okay to do the string. We don't need to have the enum referenced specifically. But this means that, let's see. What's the environment variable? I think what this means, oh, we gotta turn on the Windows computer now, is that we need to do kind of the reverse. We need to do both. Let's see what happens if it says sets it for the current process versus sets it for the user. So I think this saves it permanently. So let's see what happens when Go is installed. Let me go look at Go. Install PS1. Hmm. Wonder if that will work. So now I'm in the position of deciding, do I want to have the invoke download URL have parameters? I think the answer is yes, I do. So we call the add to path. I think I understand what's going on. And I think I see how to fix this more generally. I think that the issue is the reverse. I think that I need to set the path, or get the path, not set the path. I think that's where my issue lies. So I'm going to try this out and see if instead of setting the path, we just get the path. Also going to double check and make sure that the git install ps1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Blank screen of death. Windows, are you with us? Come in, Windows. All right. I gave it the long hold press of death. All right, it's coming back online. Okay, so found path. If not, force return. Logs in this time, or if it goes back to the blank screen. Okay, it looks like it logged in. Now I don't remember what it's going to do over there. Probably test some stuff. Okay. Get environment variable. And I just need to double check on this one. Yep, alright, cool. So I think that's going to solve and simplify some things. Okay. Okay, so that's not one I can... That's not a rabbit hole I can go down right now, fixing all of that. Let's see if I can get back to my original rabbit hole. What was my original rabbit hole that took me down this dark, forsaken path? I was looking for the execution policy bypass. That's where I was at. I was just trying to fix this one problem. Just one. All right, Windows, what do you want now? Okay, we're going to leave that one alone, because that one could have far-reaching consequences that are unexpected and that I don't want to track down right now. SSH pub key. That was one of the ones that I wanted to fix. Package is SSH pub key. Script name is SSH pub key. All else is the same. Okay, so that's one PR that I think I should break out for this. All right, the MyIP one is probably about good enough now, but I think I just updated this, so I'll update that. And then we'll do the same thing. This one will just be MyIP and MyIP. Alright, so Webi we're gonna let be for the moment, maybe. No, I think we should fix Webi as well. Let's go ahead and fix them all. Gotta fix them all. Gotta fix them all. Gotta fix them all. Gotta fix them all. So this one is, we add a function, invoke download URL, and then in GPG key we use it. And then SSH key we use it. Okay, so, what's up, Jagger? Good evening, hope you're well. What are you working on? So, I am working on updating some PowerShell scripts for Webi. So, Webi is installing developer tools. So, you can, basically everything that you use on a daily basis, it's all there. So, Bun, Node, Go, Zig, Olama, Brew, you name it, it's there. And if it's not there, we want to know so that we can get it there. But there's more tools than just what's on the homepage, because there's a number of people who have made contributions from their own repositories that I haven't necessarily vetted to say, yeah, I know that these are top notch. But everything that's on the homepage is all stuff that's been pretty well vetted. And it's cross-platform installers. So whether it's Windows, Mac, or Linux, you get the same install. It doesn't require sudo. There are a few exceptions to that, but they're things like WSL on Windows, which obviously requires sudo. But it doesn't require sudo to install a text editor, for example, or or to install Node. So you don't get any of the permissions issues, and there's not really package management. It's just, it fetches the matching architecture, operating system, and version number from the release URL or the latest, and then downloads that and then just moves things into place. So that's what Webi is. It's a web installer for modern developer tools. And the bit that I'm working on is, I have not been a Windows person. I have been a PowerShell. I've not been a PowerShell person, a Windows person. I've been a Mac and Linux person. And so there are some things that have been missing from Windows installers that we didn't have, or there are some things that have not been working in an optimal way. And I've been, the last couple days, going through and learning and then doing what needs to be done for Windows. So one PR that's going in is PowerShell Essentials. So how PowerShell Essentials includes the linter, fixer, formatter, So if you're going to do anything in PowerShell, obviously, I mean, that's number one. You don't program without, linter formatter stuff installed. Or if you do, you're making a huge mistake to the detriment of yourself and your team. And then, that should only, basically, it should only be done out of ignorance. People that do it willingly, that as long as it's, I don't know. Just pick a formatter, pick a linter, hopefully the one that's bundled with the thing, like Go and Rust and Zig all have their own formatters and linters. And then the other thing that, it's not on here yet because it hasn't been pulled in yet, but SSH authorize. So let me go to next.webinstall.dev, SSH authorize. So this has not been available for Windows, but now it is. And, well, now it will be once it's pulled in. Good. I'm glad you're on the same page with the, linter for. It's just, there are problems that we don't need to have. Development is so complicated, and web development is needlessly complicated. We've got a bunch of ego-stroking psychopaths. Yeah, so we definitely, I know, we know. Anyway, but let's say that you want to authorize, a lot of people put their SSH keys on GitHub, even if they don't know that's what they're doing. Well, they kind of know because when you set it up. But if you want to authorize a Windows system to say, hey, I want this Windows system to accept when I log in with my SSH key, now you can do that. This is the way to do this. This is one that's particularly complicated. In terms of on Linux and Mac, it's really simple. You just put a key in a key file and you're done. On Windows, the permissions around it is very complex and it's difficult to manually get it right. And when you manually get it right, it's difficult to reproduce it. Or at least if you're not really familiar with the way that the Windows permission system works. But basically you put your key in the file and you're like, why can't I log in? Well, Windows has a different, it has two key systems. Anyway, so there's just stuff that I am trying to work out for Windows. And so that's what I'm working on. And one of the things, the thing that I'm working on right now is that there was an issue with certain scripts that were installed in Windows where it's not clear. I have both the .bat script, which doesn't require execution policy privileges to run, and then there's the .ps1, the PowerShell file, which does require execution policy permissions to run. So if you have a bat file that calls the PS1 file, guess what? The world is your oyster. You can run it no problem. So when these PowerShell scripts install, they install with the both the bat file that calls the PS1 file and the PS1 file. However, depending on certain factors that I'm not quite clear what they are, sometimes the Windows command or PowerShell will choose the PowerShell file first over the bat file, which gives you permissions problems. So when the PowerShell file is installed, it needs to be named differently so that it doesn't conflict in terms of which is selected from the path first. So that is the present issue I'm working on. The fix is extremely simple. All I did was change it so that the PowerShell file installs with an underscore, and when the bat file uses PowerShell with the execution policy bypass set to run the file, it runs the PowerShell file with the underscore. That way, when you type the name, you'll get the bat file. So if I type SSH authorize, it'll actually select SSH authorize.bat. But the bat file is just this two-liner that will execute the PowerShell script with the execution policy bypass. So, very, very simple solution. And I'm just going, I'm fixing that in a couple of different places. So let's see what this actually looks like. So I put these in functions. I changed the name. I suspect it's going to work just fine. Oops. That will need to go there. This will need to go here. And then I should be able to log into my Windows system. Which is sitting over here. And now I should be able to go into PowerShell. And then if I curl, I need to actually make sure that let me pull the latest on this one. Okay. So if I next.webinstall.dev ssh authorize type to PowerShell, whoops. And you got to be careful to make sure you do curl.exe. And in dev, I have to set the user agent so that it selects the PowerShell. Okay. Must not be run with elevated privileges. Right. Yeah, we still got to get that solved. So I currently can't use Webi over SSH. I just learned this yesterday. Because when you use SSH on Windows, you always log in to an administrator shell. And I think that it is actually okay. I think that the reason that administrator shells, we disabled those, was for reasons that are not an issue anymore, but some things still have to get changed in order for that. The reason that we originally made it so you're not allowed to run with elevated privileges was not a security thing. It was a practical, something didn't work right thing. But it's because when you run with administrator privileges on the local system, some of the environment variables are not set correctly. So it basically you're not set as a logged in user. If I check out who am I over here, so let's do env.username. It gives me the correct thing. And if I do home, this was the one that I think was breaking things. It gives me the right thing, but yeah. So anyway, I think that there's some scripts that need to be changed, but we could get rid of this so that when you go in over SSH, it will work. Okay, but first, let me go ahead and, well, I shouldn't have to do anything. I shouldn't have to do anything. Everything should just work when I run this. Let me go ahead and try this out. Fingers crossed. I'm not sure if that worked. That doesn't quite look right what I'm seeing. Let's make sure. Just make double sure. Ah! Something didn't go right over here. Oh, whoops. No. Get rebase. Abort. It's not what I want to do. Oh, I didn't push. Is that the problem? Hold on, let me check and see what went on. What went on over here? Nothing's over there. Right, so what had I done? Get rebase, get stash. I did not push. That's why it's not available. Okay, now if we go back over here and I do a get pull, I should now get the new output that I was expecting when I rerun on the Windows system. Okay. Alright, now I ran into a problem that I don't know how to fix it, but I'll find out. PowerShell Boolean params no argument. Switch. And that's not helpful. I want to know how to implement. Okay, let me, sorry, I missed your comment earlier. Said that bypass line is the equivalent of using sudo, I suppose? No, it's not. Have you looked at WSL for any of this? So WSL wouldn't make sense. So we have WSL on Webi. WSL would be a tool that you as a developer want to use. But the thing is, you as the developer who wants to use WSL, you, like, if we were to say, hey, first install WSL, one problem is, well, why would you need to install 500 megabytes or a gigabyte or 2 gigabytes of something in order to install a text processing command that's a couple dozen kilobytes? This just doesn't make sense. This is one of my problems with existing package managers. And the whole concept of a package manager is that it's trying to do way too much, and the package manager overhead, having to run update all the time. And like, I don't need to update the entire database of the whole world of packages in order to install one package. Just give me the latest version of this package. I don't care about the other 600 or 1200 or 20,000 packages. I just want the updated version of this one. So the whole idea that you would have to use WSL, it just doesn't make sense, right? Because the idea is that you should be able to just... So, I mean, like, let me show you, for example, right? So once you've installed Webi, well, you don't have to install Webi, but okay, look at it like this, right? So I can just do webi.sh/node. That's the prod URL is webi.sh. Okay. And done. It didn't have to update. It didn't have to do any registry finagling. It's done. It's done. That's it. Now that I've installed Webi, I could change versions of Node like this, for example. I say Node 18. Boom. It's done. Well, it already had Node 18 installed. Let's do Node 16. I don't think I've got that installed. Okay. Downloads it. And it's done. Right? Find any other way to install quick. And this is the same on Windows. It's the same on Windows. Right? So if I go on Windows and I do Webi Node, and it's the same, you can do it this way too. Let's see if we can go back to 14 here. All right, there it goes. And done. Right? All like 99.9% of the time was in downloading the file. Now on Windows, due to reasons, the extracting the file is a significant portion of time. But on most operating systems, like 99% of operating systems, where, it's going to be all of the time is in the downloading, and then the unpacking is really quick, but there's no fluff. It didn't have to update the registry. It didn't, it's just grabs the download URL, gets the latest version or the version you specify, and it's done. So with that, let's go back to Node 20 is what I want locally. And you can do this with, some of them take longer than others. Like Python actually has compiling that has to get done. And that, that's its own thing. But, you want to get LSD and done. You want to get FD and done. Oh, took a little longer. You want to get Hugo, and Hugo's a little bit bigger. Done. Hugo extended, and done. Right? So, and a lot of those I already had, but it downloaded new versions because new versions have been released since I last used it. But this is the power of Webi. It's easy to remember and it's instant. There's no updating registries. There's no, you have to install a package manager and update the package manager, or, none of that weird stuff. So you can install WSL through Webi. It's just a collection of Windows scripts that do all the things that have to be done. Now, the downside is that it can't all be done at once, because to install WSL, you must reboot. And then you have to run again. You cannot queue up all the commands to install WSL in one go. You have to reboot in order to do it. Now, that might be fixed in the latest versions of WSL, and maybe we could update our scripts. I'm not sure about that. But for the first several years of WSL, it was... Yeah, but see, that's insane to me to use Docker. That is like mind-blowingly insane, because you're downloading hundreds of megabytes or gigabytes of an operating system to run a command. It's so slow. It's redunculous. To me, yeah, this is an alternative to, in many ways, it's an alternative to Docker. Because I have seen people use Docker to run Node because they can't get Node installed correctly or whatever. And I mean, to have 3/4 of your, Docker wastes so much RAM and so much disk space. Oh my gosh, I hate Docker. I will not run Docker on a system that I personally own. If I'm working for a client and they give me a computer and they want me to run Docker on it, of course I'll run it. I will not install Docker on a computer that I own. Docker like there's a couple of things. Adobe, I will not install Adobe on a, like Acrobat Reader. I will not install Docker, and I won't install, well, I have installed Slack on my other computer. I have not installed Slack on this computer. I will not install Slack on this computer. There are certain things that are just so monstrous and so evil. They're just, yeah, can't handle it. Most layers are cached and shared between containers. Complexity intensifies. Yeah, but those layers have to be stored somewhere, and then they have to update. And when one updates, and there's cascading updates, and it's like, no. Like, we need simplicity so badly. We need things that are simple and that just work. And saying, well, we can't figure out how to compile a 256 kilobyte binary, so we're going to ship a 2 gigabyte Docker container. Okay, let's be fair. A lot of the containers are under 500 megs. So give the devil his due. But still, like, you've got a 512 gigabyte disk and, all right, can't handle it. I'm going back to this. Whoa. Okay. Oh yeah. The force switch. So I'm trying to figure out what the, how PowerShell does switches. And that's another thing, is I believe that, okay, there's a lot of people in the world that cannot afford a Mac and should not be, and also cannot afford, 10 gigabytes of downloads on a regular regular basis, on a regular basis. And I would like to see a world in which people who do, for example, in America, the 60% of people that live in suburban areas where they don't have fiber to their home, I would like to see a future in which they can do stuff on their computer. Like, you don't have to have $100K salary in order to do basic things on a computer and have a super beefy computer with 64 gigs of RAM like this one. It's like, are you referring to the Docker daemon or the containers in general? You don't need to use the daemon? I don't know. So I know that Docker runs a virtual machine, a full emulated virtual machine. Well, okay, not emulated. That's the wrong term. It runs a full virtual machine. It'll use the hypervisor. Docker is using the same hypervisor that WSL2 uses. Or on Mac has a hypervisor, and then Linux has the KVM hypervisor, or I guess hypervisor is the Microsoft term, whatever. Each operating system has a virtual machine assistance system. Docker runs on that system. Now, if you're on Linux, Docker is a moot point because you could just run containers directly. You don't need Docker. What Docker does is Docker packages a virtual machine so that it can be run on Windows or Mac. And then the virtual machine contains Linux. And then inside of Linux, the commands that you run go through from your Mac to that Linux instance and then create containers and then run them in the Linux instance. And then it does all the port mapping and everything. So Docker is a very, very fancy virtual machine. And then in deployment, Docker is just a set of tools, because it's a completely different thing whether you're getting Docker on a Mac versus, say, Docker in a deployment environment. Docker in a deployment environment is a collection of tools that create Linux containers that have a particular way that they're generated. So it's like the layering and whatnot, that's still there in the Linux side. But Docker, the core technology of Docker is simply basic vanilla Linux containers. Docker cannot create a container. Only Linux can create. You have to have a kernel that supports containers. So Docker is just like, essentially, it's a UI or CLI to more easily do container stuff. Yeah, in theory, Alpine is 5 megabytes, but that's the thing, right? Like, why would you even use Alpine? You know, but again, okay, so first off with Docker, you have to download all of the Docker stuff, which is not small. Then you have to have the Linux operating system that Docker is going to run to create the containers. If you get that far, yes, then you don't even need Alpine. Because Alpine uses muscle builds. Muscle builds are statically linked. You can just run the muscle build all by itself without any Alpine whatsoever, because it's statically linked. But at that point, why not skip all the minutia and just get directly to the thing that you wanted, right? So if I do Webi bat, for example, okay, it goes and gets the latest release. Oh, right, I'm on Apple. Hold on. Let's go on Linux. So I'm over here on Linux. I do Webi bat, and then you will notice that it grabs the muscle build. And this is what keeps Webi dependency free. So if you were to, heaven forbid, get a bat container for Docker, you would be downloading all of Docker so that you can load Alpine so that you can get this exact same muscle build. Or you could just download the muscle build. You could just download the thing that's statically linked. And in the modern world, thankfully, more and more developers are using, Go, Zig, other, or muscle with, C toolchain with muscle, so that you don't have that dependency hell. And that leads to better security, better performance, smaller image sizes. Yes, Nixon. Yeah, you and I, we've had the same experience. I will not run Docker on it. Docker just it has no respect for system resources. Docker was built with the belief that was very valid that people who are making over $100K a year, who are getting $3,000 machines from their employer, are going to be using it. It has no respect for system resources. Yes, you can learn how to manage it. You can get it to garbage collect and clean up all those things. But, left to its own devices, you either need a $3,000 computer, or you need a computer that's dedicated just for Docker, because you're not going to be able to do anything else with it. Yeah. So, but yes, Docker is one of my pet peeves in so many ways, because it's an anti-solution. Docker has really, really great uses because it provides an API for us to deploy things. And for that, I think it's great. I think that it's really, really cool that somebody came up with a solution for that. But primarily, Docker gets used as a way to say, well, in the old days, we'd say, I don't understand how this works, but it works on my machine. And the comeback was, well, we can't ship your machine to the customer. The solution was develop a deployment process that's simple enough that people can understand it and modify it. That people who are in the chain of the system have the requisite knowledge that as something passes through one stage of the pipeline to another, that people involved in the system can actually understand and make a change without being afraid that everything's going to break. That was originally dubbed DevOps, right? And then, because we need things to be complicated, they invented well, you know, Docker got invented, and Docker was great for bundling Python because there just weren't good static builds of Python, and I don't know what problems people were having that PyEnv didn't solve, but for whatever reason, they needed to deploy Python, and they invented Docker so that they could deploy Python applications more easily. And at some level, that kind of makes sense. But what happened was now, when people want to deploy things, they say, oh, well, I don't understand how it works as the developer. And then the quote unquote, the new age DevOps people are like, well, I don't know how development works, even though I'm DevOps. I don't know how programs run, because I'm just paid to make our AWS bill goes up. I got an AWS certification that certifies that I can make our bill go up. That's what I do. I make our bill go up, right? And so then they say, well, since we don't know how it works and we can't figure it out and nobody in the chain knows how something works from end to end, we'll just ship your machine to the customer. We can clone your machine and we can ship it to the customer. And so the developer doesn't understand how it works. The deployment, the ops person doesn't understand how it works. And so we've just recreated the same problem. Rather than having a simple solution to get something from A to B to C, so that people in the organization understand where the value chain lines up, we just say, well, we'll put it in Docker. And then when somebody wants to edit it later, like, oh, no. I don't touch the Docker file. I don't know if it'll work. And so then they just add something else on top of it afterwards, you know? So then you end up with these Docker files that are like, oh, okay, I'm going to shut up now. I'm going to get back to what I was doing. Oh, man. No, that just... Oh. I hate Docker. I love it. I love it when it's used correctly. It's rarely used correctly. It's usually used as a way to get around a problem that doesn't need to exist. Okay, where was I at? I'm trying to figure out how do I do a switch in PowerShell. Obviously, it can be done because no new line. That's what I want. Commandlet binding. I don't know what that means. Param, switch, uppercase. If uppercase is present. There we go. Alright, sweet. That's what we needed. So it's not the bool. Okay, so if dash not force dot is present. Now, was is present a property? Okay, now I'm going to try this on my Windows computer. Oh. Oh, right. I did not push that up. That makes sense. And this one, actually, I labeled that wrong, but I'm just going to squash it, throw it away. Whoa. Okay, and then I think there's one other thing that we're going to need to do here, which is there's another place where it says downloading, which I'm not sure where that is. Okay. Oh, for some reason... Oh, it's not there. Okay, there's download. There's... Okay, somewhere there is a downloading. Oh, all right. I see what it's doing. All right. Are you doing open source development full time? No, I am not. No, my paid work is I have three clients that I'm working for right now. But and also Webi is because I work with a lot of different clients. That's another reason that we created Webi. Ryan, the other guy that created this with me. Well, and Jojo works on this with me too. So the three of us, we all work with other clients and bringing down the level of complexity to a level that they can work in and that the other people they work with can work in is important. So basically, I don't use any tools except for the ones that are on these lists. I mean, that's maybe not exclusively true, but that's mostly true. Obviously, I use things from NPM, but I install Node this way. So if I need to have something that installs via NPM that the person who's installing it doesn't need to understand the relationships between Node and NPM and whatnot. They just need to know, okay, this is a tool that needs to be used. So I'll give you an example of that would be Prettier. Lots of developers don't do Node, but they might write documentation in Markdown or they might make HTML pages. They need Prettier. Prettier is part of, the build system, the GitHub action system or the linting system, whatever. But it's not necessarily because the project is Node. It's because Prettier is the best, if not only, tool for that job. And then there's also one. This is not one that I use. Oh, wait, it's not on here? It's probably on... It's on the main one. There are a few things that are... Redis Commander. So Redis Commander is something where you are not necessarily going to be a Node developer when you use Redis Commander. you're just someone who is using Redis. You might be using Redis with Go or with Python or whatever. So the complexity of understanding, you know, I need to install this. People just need to know, get Redis Commander. This is where it's going to be installed. You know, this is how you access it. People don't need so much, you know. All right, how do I represent this on the other side? I need to take a look at. Well, actually, let me just look at how did I do it just a minute ago when I was doing it here. Let's. All right, look, Dino, that's something I haven't done. Whoops, haven't done in a while. Okay, downloading. So it looks like. I don't think I surfaced this on that side, but we should. Anytime we download something, we should be surfacing exactly what we're downloading, so there's never any surprises. All right, bootstrapping Webi. Okay, I need to go take a look at how this is being done. We're probably just not surfacing it right now. Which is fine, but we need to start surfacing that. So let me get back into, which file was it? Install. So Webi. Write output, downloading. Wait, where am I? Oh, okay. I was making the change over here. I've got too many things open as per usual. Business as usual. Nothing to see here. All right, so downloading installer. I think I want to say fetching installer. Fetching install script from. So on the one thing that we're transitioning to, so you'll notice, let me just run this again. We've got more consistent indentation and then coloring. So coloring now, well, we won't see it for something that I already installed, but let me go ahead and delete downloads, Webi, Dino. I'll just delete all of it because I don't even use Dino. Local bin, Dino. Okay, so. So this is becoming more consistent. This, let me do that again. I think, no, I'm going to leave that for now. I'm not going to go through that again right now. I have a PR that makes this on Mac and Linux more consistent. So now we have file paths are always dim green. Commands are dim magenta, which in this color scheme looks more red. So anytime we mention a file path, it's going to show the file path in that color. And then URLs are just dim, whatever the text color is. URLs are just dim. And then things that are checks are dim. So found is dim, but things that are actions are non-dim. And then tasks are blue and task names are green, and then callouts are yellow. So in this first section here, maybe a little bit too much color, but that's kind of the and you know, we may tone that back, but that's kind of the idea. Is tasks, callouts, paths, URLs, commands. So as it goes through, you know exactly what's happening on your system. So there's no surprises, because we literally don't want to hide anything. But there has been concern in the past of, oh, this touched a file I wasn't expecting. And we need to make sure that there's never unexpected file touches, that everything is clearly output, so it's never confusing of, well, you told me you touched this, but you didn't tell me you touched that, which just mainly it comes up in the cases of things that most people don't want to deal with, like updating .profile and that sort of thing. But yeah, occasionally it comes up in other areas. Anyway, fetching install script from, I think that is going to be the right way to do it for now. So let me test this out over here. Let's see what that looks like. Fetching install script from, downloading. And then maybe it shouldn't be downloading from, maybe it should be downloading. And then the URL. And then let's go ahead and bring this back in. Like that, okay. Yeah. Okay, this looks good. I like this. And this one is going to be distinguish between, like, clean up log graph doc. And this actually does beg the question. Well, now we can't change that quite yet. That's the only curl we have here, so we'll leave that without. Okay. So push that up, and then we're going to pull it over here. Okay, and then, oh, I guess we should leave that stashed. I don't know what to call this. Okay, that's reasonable to include in this. Alright, so now... Yeah, it's gonna get the same thing. And eventually we'll get the PowerShell colors to match. We'll get things barabart, equal, the same on both sides. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. So I got that one. Download URL force. No, we don't want that. We can actually just fetch without the force now, right? Could probably rename that to something like download URL once. Or download URL or... I'd kind of like to swap the flag. Like a no replace or something. I can do that later, because once we've got this kind of rolled out, then it's just a find and replace to, you know, swap out the force or the skip if exists or whatever else is we want to do. We just need to be consistent in the way that it's done. Install and replace functions. We need to figure out a solution for. And then what was the original thing that I was looking for here was just the execution policy bypass, right? So let's just hone in on that again for a minute. Okay, this one has the run as arguments. Woo! Bless me. Okay, we don't have any. Let's see where we still have a pop D. That's our main. Oh, really? Ah, there we go. So this is our main culprit. Oh, and then I need to actually test out SSH authorize and make sure it still works. Interesting. That is interesting. So it looks like this is broken. Okay. Oh, whoops. This is not the system that I always thought it was. I got too many windows open. Probably need to close a few out. Okay, let's do the remove item. Where was it? Okay, we're going to remove item, SSH, authorized keys. We're going to remove item. Data, program, data, SSH, administrator, authorized keys. Okay. Oops. And then we're going to check and see, can we still log in? Oh, we can. Okay. Sanity check. Let me remove those keys again and confirm that I cannot log in. Okay, great. Now let me try running it over here. And then let's see if I can log in. I can, okay. So what we need on that... is we need that self-elevating bit. Which I think I saw... Okay. Oh, I can't believe we're back to that problem. So, self-elevating. Oh, I know why we did it this way. Now I remember, if there's a space in the username. Is that a problem? Okay. This is a command.exe thing. Okay. Command.exe quote user profile variable. No, wait. No. This guy gave a good answer. He deserves a thumbs up. Oh. I'll give him a thumbs up over here. That was a really great explanation. Tell people, hey, you can echo this. This is how you get the answer. Okay, there's a simple way to test this. So let's go to the Windows computer, whichever one that was in now. Okay, that's not it. Let's get rid of that one so we avoid confusion. Let's get rid of this one to avoid confusion. Actually, that was exactly the one that we wanted. All right, no, this one works. Okay, so let's get out of PowerShell and let's do set funky monkey. Set foo equals funky monkey. So I want to mkdir %foo %. Do I get a directory called funky monkey? Okay, there's my problem. Alright, so... Okay, we'll get out of here. Let's go back to... All right. So what happens now? Do we get our funky monkey? We do get our funky monkey. Now do we get our funky monkey? Oh. All right. How do I mkdir on Windows for a variable with spaces. All right, I'm gonna try to get rid of those junk files. Okay, so we should not have junk files now. Oh, this is frustrating. Yeah. All right, let's see what happens. So I'm mkdir-foo. Do I end up with a funky monkey? No, I end up with funky and monkey. How about now? All right, cool. Solved. So it just works without escapes, which kind of makes sense because if you're setting a variable that you can kind of assume the rest of the line is the variable. Okay. So in this case, PowerShell execute. PowerShell should be receiving the full string with spaces pre-escaped by the shell, so there should not be any need to do a push D or a pop D. So we can do @echo off PowerShell execution policy bypass, blah, 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 blah. And it should work even if there's spaces in the username. So I need to make that comment in the PR. So it's important that we don't double escape it. Because what PowerShell is getting should be what's interpreted by command.exe. Oh, that sucks so bad if it was per command. Which it could be. And if that's the case, you know, there's a way around that. But I'm pretty sure that this is going to be correct. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to set the path this way. We can also invoke the download URL. All right, so let's make this atomic. I'm gonna switch this up. So first we're going to do I think I'm going to make this into another PR. So any of the ones where they have the execution policy bypass bit because they're going to exec something, I want to make sure that those are included in here. Which it doesn't look like there's that many of them. GPG, SSH, PubKey. That might be it. Another way that we could look at this is we could do FD. Well, okay, we could look for things that are typed file. We have to do the dot first. I always forget how find works. It doesn't work in the normal Unix way. I think it might not be a Unix tool. It might not be POSIX, because in POSIX, you're supposed to pass, well, one, the flags and options are 1 character long in the POSIX spec, and the arguments come after the flags and options. Okay, so start up PS1, and then we're going to get rid of anything that's called install.ps1. So what are we left over with? It's basically just those things: GPG PubKey, SSH PubKey, SSH authorize, and then WSL. Yeah, so and there's a few of these X bins that I need to get rid of. There's a bunch of them. I don't want to do it now. Switch brand new branch Webi hosted. Okay. And let me stash these. Yeah, that actually does have to come up that way. So I'm going to open this up, and this I'm going to base this one off of SSH authorize, because that's where I found that problem. Got something on my paste buffer. There we go. Foo.bat will call foo.ps1. Any existing foo.ps1 will be deleted. Okay. Okay, so need to run from an elevated PowerShell or use the Windows sudo.
We are the robots.
Okay. Okay. Ah. Okay, so with that out of the way, one monster down, billion to go. 3 hours. 3 hours in. All right, let's see what else we can have here. I wonder. Interesting. You know what I don't do right here that I probably should do right here? env path equals all user paths. Okay. I don't know if we need to do anything else. I want to test this all on its own. The way that I'd have to test this, though, I think I could go to main. Whoops. Fixing Windows is more than just one feature branch can do. Okay. So what I want to do then is find anywhere there's a set env, which is only a couple of places, and remove it. And these PRs are probably going to fail because of formatting issues. Let's see. Oh, interesting enough. That's not failing. Okay, cool. All right. Should put that in a register. Stop copying and pasting back and forth. Okay. Get environment variable. User. Okay, would that actually be correct? That might still be wrong. Let me check something here. Get environment variable. Is this under PowerShell? No. I think we'd use a semicolon and do both. So let me go back to, was it this one? No. Yes. Path add, right? So I think what we would actually do would be this. I wonder. User path. Machine path. And this would then be user path, machine path. All right, there we go. Yeah? So I kind of think I want to just set the user path to blank. Just zero it out to try this. Let's see, do I have my Windows system here? Okay. Let's see. Let's get in PowerShell. And let's do whatever. System dot environment. And there's a colons. Okay, path. User. Machine. Okay, so when we get the user path, we get the machine path with it. Yes? Okay, let's try this. Okay, nothing. I'm going to reboot the computer and see what happens. This will be interesting. See if it boots. Probably should have tried it with the VM first. Ah, the sweet sound of Windows booting. mute. How long have I been on mute? Probably just a minute. Because I just logged into Windows and I probably hit mute to type in my password. So probably not long. We're probably okay. I've got about 10 minutes before I need to head up for dinner. Hopefully I can get some stuff done in that time. Let's see. All right, so let me go blow away a bunch of stuff. I mean, I guess I should be able to do that here. So let's just do remove item force recurse dot local. Bye bye, Webi. And there's probably a few other lingering places, GNUPG or Git or something. Okay. Git environment user is empty. That's great. Okay. So let's take a look at dir. What have we got here? Let's get rid of go vim Oh, that's weird. We have .vim and _vim. I don't know how to take that. The bin folder. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that one. I probably had stuff inside of it that I wanted that was separate from Webi, hence I created a bin folder. Blah sounds like a good one to get rid of. Anyway, let's see what our dirt looks like now. Oh, get rid of those funkies. Get rid of the monkeys. Okay, cool. Now we're down to what looks like all just normal Windows folders. Our path is clear. I want to check and see. Yeah, it should be the same on both of these. It'll be interesting to see how the path changes or doesn't change when there's two things going at once. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to echo path over here just as a sanity check. And it's not, it just has system path in it, so we're good there. Okay, so now I'm going to Perl.exe. I'm going to get them commentary. But first, I'm not going to PR that yet. I'm going to wait to go through a little bit of discovery here. And then all right, let's see if this works. All right, so we do have a little bit that needs to be fixed here. Error action ignore needs to be added to them commentary. All right, let's try again. All right, and let's see. Is the path updated? Doesn't look like it. How about the system.environment? Get environment path. That has not been updated either. I see that something went categorically wrong here, which is that I forgot to delete when I was doing all of my removes. All right, let's get rid of .local again. And we also need to get rid of downloads Webi. So that's what went categorically wrong, I believe. Okay, I also think we need to have one other change here. Is that we need to... I think we actually need to do this. Hold on. Okay, and then we'll run the get environment variable again here. Actually, I think it's safe to just do this twice. That looks right to me. Okay, so now I'll run this again and see what result we get. All right, it's downloading Git. It's copying everything, and Git is not recognized. Okay, so let's do the echo path. I can confirm it's not in the path. If I get environment variables, I see it's there. Okay. So I'm going to try another thing. I'm going to try the bootstrap because it defines for the current process. And I have a sense here, because if I grab user, yeah, I don't see it there. Okay. So I'm thinking, what defines the current process? How about we do this in the bootstrap? Because I think this might qualify as executing in the current process. Let me just see what happens when I do that. I'm going to need to do some of those removes again. All right, let's run it and see what happens. All right, it's downloading it. Very nice. Very nice. As far as I can tell, the bootstrap script does run in the current process. So let me see what this looks like now then. Okay, no, that does not make a difference. Okay, all right, okay. So things do work more like what I originally believed. So I don't think that this has any particular benefit. But I do believe that let's see what we can do is we can add a function here. Call it write envs. So get verb. Okay, common. Add, clear, close, copy, enter, exit, find, format. Get, hide, join, lock. Move, new, open, optimize, redo. Remove, rename, reset. That might be a proper one to use. I'm going to do a little get verb here. What do they recommend for reset? Sets a resource back to its original state. Not really original per se, but export import restore envs, save envs, sync envs. Resume, restart, start, submit. Okay, I think that a good choice might be to call this sync envs. And none of this relies on state. It's all stuff that's saved. So syncenvs, I think, is a good name for it. And I think that we could call this from them commentary. Right here. So let's see if this works. Seems to work. All right, I think this is the right approach. And then in the output here of the important So if we do this way, we can kind of just print this out at the end of anything if the path was called. So essentially, we could store the path beforehand, and then when this is done, let's see. Original path equals env colon path, and then we could do if not equal to sync current path equals sync envs. I just output it once at the end. Put a Webi path follow up. And then how do we get Okay, so this one would just become kind of a tough one to keep track of. Okay. I might do this. So here we could do update machine path equals, and put that whole thing in quotes. So we could use single quotes here, and that saves us a little bit. Update user path. What's up, Redstone? And then put in this one. I think this will work. And this is a cleaner solution than what we've had up to this point. Okay, I think I'm going to try this now and see if that works. So first, I'm going to check my current, well, I'm going to set my user path back to nothing. Music is a bit louder. The music or the mic's a little low. Let me check on that real quick. Mic does look a little lower than usual. Thanks for letting me know. I think what happened there was I think I normally have a little bit of a boost on the mic, about 6 dB boost, which would make it sound about twice as loud. The music's at the right spot, but I think that I accidentally adjusted the mic recently. So let me go in here and go to the mic, and let's just give this a 6 dB boost, and you tell me what you think. So that should have instantly become much louder. What do you think? Now I'm getting right up into the negative. That might be a little too loud. That looks a little hot. Let me tone that back to a 3 dB. Okay. Oh, you're my newest follower. No, that's weird. I didn't see the little whatchamadoodle pop up. Okay. So, well, and then sometimes I get excited, you know, and I talk louder. So if I get excited and I talk louder, how's that sounding? We should have clipping protection on here. Let's see, we've got the noise suppressor, we've got the compressor, we've got the limiter. So when you say not that bad, do you mean it's bad? Because if it's bad, then what I should do is I should put the threshold on the limiter a little bit higher, maybe. Oh, it's perfect? Okay. All right. Good. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. So if I get loud like right now, it says that I'm limiting. So that's what I want to know. Also, sometimes a particular piece of music is a little louder. So, yeah, but it should be good when I am loud. That should be... Okay. All right. I'm going to back it off just a touch. I think that... Okay. That seems like that's better to me. It's peaking less. Okay. So what I need to do here is we're going to go back. We're going to delete downloads directory again. We're going to delete local again. I'm going to set... Let's see. What was I going to do? The system environment. There we go. Set environment variable, and we're going to go with path nothing for user. Okay, that's what it should be. All right, good. So then I should be able to run this again. I'm running it on my Windows computer. You just updated your game. What game? Okay. And we need to make sure that anywhere we call sync envs, oh, whoops. That seems like that. Critical error here. Critical error. This needs to all be escaped. There we go. Because that is supposed to be literally what the user's supposed to do. Not show the values of the variables. Okay, now if I take a look at... So another thing is, when I'm facing this way, I'm facing towards the mic. Occasionally, I'm looking over here at the Windows computer. I'm away from the mic. Okay, so we need again to set the user environment variable to nothing. And then let's go ahead and remove the stuff And then we also need to remove our Vim folder. All of our Vim stuff. And then... So I'm working on some stuff with paths. Is this JavaScript? No! This is not JavaScript. This is PowerShell. PowerShell. OFV. What does that mean? Yeah, so I'm fixing an issue with paths on Windows for Webi. So rather than explain what Webi is, I will just say, hey, go watch the video real quick. But in short, mostly cross-platform tools from official builds that install instantly without sudo or admin, without a package manager, without changing file system permissions or mucking things up. And it's all your, popular stuff. All the things that you use every day, or things that you should be using every day, or at least have access to when you need them. So if you can't Webi install it, I want to know about it. And I'm working on the Windows stuff. Now, we don't have a lot of people on Windows that are using Webi. It's almost everybody's on Mac, and then some people on Linux. But I just personally want the Windows story to be good, because most people don't have a Mac. And it's kind of fun, honestly, just, learning about it. Okay, was there anywhere else? It looks like we still have some place where sync envs is called. There we go. Then I think we just get rid of all of this. And this simply becomes much simpler. Okay, Webi. That looks good. Okay. Alright, so let's look at places where we have remove item. There are way too many places where we have remove item. Let's remove the ones that already have error action ignore as part of it. Okay, so we've just got 2 places, it looks like, where they were missing. Oh, whoops. Did I miss? We're gonna need to go here in a few minutes. Okay. I'm unfortunately a Mac user now. Still miss Linux, my muse, but boy, Text needs his nice battery life. Oh, what's up, tech support? Well, I mean, it's a Mac, right? I mean, it's Linux. What do you want? You know, what Linuxiness do you want that you don't get from your Mac? i3 would be nice. Well, I mean, i3, what is i3? Is that, because I'm thinking Core i3 processor from 2005 or whatever, and that's probably not what you're talking about. You tell me what it is, there's an app for that, and gosh darn it, just pay the $3 to get the app. Tiling window manager. Yes. So what you want is better snap tool. And this one's a little bit more expensive, but just pay for it. I mean, it's like these people are making good stuff, right? Oh no, this better snap tool is only $3. Okay. This one you can do custom stuff. Like you've seen me do this, I think. Haven't you seen me do this where I boop, boop. So I've got custom zones, and then I've got normal zones. Pay the $3, make your life better. I don't even know what that means. Have you tried this brew? Webi brew, and then Webi i3 or something? Or brew i3? Hey! David, just the person I wanted to see. Although, I'm going to have to go soon, but I'll come back, I think. But, yeah, I've got some stuff for you to review, my friend. I, of course, went down yet another rabbit hole, but I believe that I've found a far better solution for ENV stuff. I found something that seems to work very uniformly. Wait, didn't I just... Okay. Right. You know what though? You know what I had to do? Well, I'll change this out later. But all the places where I'm doing the ENV path, sync ENV path, the null value, what I ought to do instead is just have that be ENV path equals. Just raise it up. I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but it doesn't hurt. The fact that the function can be called, it's called within the the scope of this thing, but yeah, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Okay, this looks all good to me. So I'll go ahead and push that up. I'll pull it down over here and then rebase it so that it gets the signatures on it. And this is one that I'd like you to review as well. Oh, that's an actual bug. It's kind of a, I'm going to call it a ref, but it's a fix. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. So that made sense. Sync env path. Okay, so something there wasn't quite right. Whoops, not that one. Okay, so what have we got? Oh, okay, I see. Technically, that should work. There shall be one modification here, maybe two. Nope, just that one file, that's right. Okay, so this one would have to come first. And then I'm just going to reword all of these. Okay. Okay, so this one is now ready for review as well. Okay, and I will Okay, remove item should not fail when path doesn't exist. Okay, so I'm going to request a review on this one. And I'm going to go in for dinner, I think. We're so far. Look how far we've come here. Oh. Alright, so let me see if I can figure out. I wouldn't be surprised if there's not another PR branch in here somewhere. Let me just see. Let me take a look at branches over here. Hold on a second. Alright, we're having a later dinner time, but it's happening now, so I need to go now. I just want to take a look what has been updated, say, today. Fix ENV path. That one's done. Fix Webi hosted. I'm not sure. That might be one that we don't have a PR up for. Let me make sure that we've got a PR up for that. I think that might be the one that I was thinking of. But I'm not sure which one this would be based on. Oh, it's probably based on SSH authorize. Okay, this is another one that was a fix. Yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and do that one. Oh, this one has the pull request. Okay, and that one's already got your name on it. Alright, so there was that one, and then PWSH Essentials, and this one... And the aliases already got merged. Okay. So yeah, so there's a few fixes, and then this one is the one that's not ready, but I don't think I've got it labeled as WIP. So this one, this one, this one, this one. Let's update path without manual interaction. So this commit is actually already outdated. But other things are based off of this, so we're going to go with it. So this one should be ready for review as well. I think there was one extra commit that I have to look at, but basically this one's ready for review. Oh, you already approved that. Okay. So yeah, I got to go. But I'll catch you later. Sorry, tech support, I didn't read all of your comments. Same, David. The 3 body problems. 3 body problems books. Okay, thanks. I'll check it out. Let's see. Could I put these all together real quick? I don't know if I can. Let me see. So PowerShell Essentials, everything I think is based off of that. This one we don't need to worry about. Let me do Mixer. And then we're going to do, for Mixer, I'm just going to do a bunch of merges. So we need to merge SSH authorize. Hold on. Oh no, I would need to be over here. I don't have time to do it right now, but I'll just take a look through them because most of them are pretty simple, and well, simple in some regard. But I've been doing testing on the Windows computer right here. So, yeah. And the SSH authorize is something that's new. It wasn't there before. So even if I didn't get something right, nothing is broken. But I have tested it. This one I just tested, and I tested it multiple different ways. I feel very confident about it. This one also tested. This one also tested. And then that brings us back to there. So, yeah. Anyway. But, yeah, you can do some cherry picking or taking a look, but I gotta go. Adios.